Hello, are we good? Elizabeth, I think we're going to wheel ours down to one of the visitor parking areas so we can play.
Yeah. Yeah, you got.
Just, I mean, the kids are always. But now we used to go out and shoot before dinner, but
So I have to tell the HOA president.
yeah.
Well, I'm. Yeah, we could have like a full court game in the street.
You just say
That's
And then.
later discussion.
Is that already specifically?
We actually do that. It was an interesting. Only because
We missing the HOA thing with the charity thing.
all for us.
Because they don't have the use, right?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's like gonna be increase, I think.
You know, 72 or something like that. You get them. No, we can, I want everybody.
See, that,
Yeah.
I guess Leslie, you're kicking us off and staff is your support team.
Yeah, I will kick it back. Thank you.
Can you hear us, Andy?
Yeah, you can't hear over his potato chips.
Just so you guys know, there's like a gate or something, so when everybody's talking over each other, I end up not being able to hear anybody.
Is that a use your manners coffee? Yeah.
Where's the talking stick?
Well, thank you, everybody, for being here. The most exciting time of the year, budget season. Our town charter requires specifically that we discuss the next year's budget at the first council meeting in September. So here we are to kick that off for everybody. So our objectives today, we are going to talk about upcoming dates. We're going to talk about the economic environment. We're going to let Addison and Chris dive into the capital improvement program, which by the way is also specifically called out within our charter. We're going to talk about how that all ties into the strategic plan, go through the proposed budget by fund, talk about what ending fund balances and how those are shaping up, and then get into some specific discussion points and give you all some time to talk about some specific things or anything else that comes up. So here are the dates as promised. We have a few things in our future. While we do talk about this today, we come back to officially have a public hearing and adopt the budget by 2 readings in October. And those public hearings will be held on October 8th and October 22nd. That was gonna make it hard for me to read. Thank you. I have this down here. Is that a little better? Okay, yeah. So in addition to appropriating the amount in the budget, we also adopt the budget as a document and we adopt the 5-year capital improvement program. And then also related to the budget, but separately, we have an ordinance that will adopt the mill levy. So that is the amount of property tax that the town receives, which is a relatively small amount of our budget, but still required by the county. So just to talk about the general economic environment that we're seeing, this chart here specifically shows the general fund, but that's the operations of the town. So within the general fund, you can see pre-COVID 2018, 2019, we had this nice gap between our revenue and expenditures, and we were seeing some growth, but relatively slower normal growth. And that gap between the revenues and expenditures is what transfers over to our capital fund and helps to fund those capital projects that Chris and Addison will talk about later. But part of that, in addition to the real estate investment fee, is the transfer from the general fund, and it's traditionally been about half of what funds those capital projects. What we've seen though since COVID is you can see in the years 21 through 23 that our revenue picked up and we had increased growth in that, and our expenditures we allowed to grow at the same rate. And those days are coming to a close, at least temporarily, but we're seeing an adjustment. And so we do have a balanced budget for 2025, even though those lines look very close here. What we're seeing though with this chart is we really want to adjust those lines again so that our expenditures do not exceed our revenue. And so with a slower growth in revenue, we'll want to see a slower growth in expenditures in the future and not dig into any fund balances there. Additionally, I should note that, we looked at different economic outlooks for when we create the budget, we looked to the state. And there are limited resources this year, fewer people that are offering an economic outlook. We have some real uncertainties right now. We have the election coming up. Of course, the presidential debate is tonight. So that's in our near future. We are projecting that there will be some interest rate decreases later this year and into next year. But those are all things that are unknown and uncertain. And with uncertainties, we don't really know where we're going. And it causes us to be a little bit more conservative in our outlook, and perhaps things will pick up in the second half of 2025, and our growth will be greater than the 2.5% that the Colorado Legislative Council is predicting for the mountains areas, which is a little bit less than the growth for the Front Range. But those are the numbers that we have used in creating this budget. We also want to remind you that you all recently adopted the strategic plan, just in case that was out of your memory already. Here are the updated numbers that were discussed. So really just showing these are the priorities that were and in our minds when we were proposing this budget to you as the town council. Now the percentages don't represent dollar figures, but they really represent weight of importance and priorities in putting things into the budget. So just a reminder there, and that certainly relates to our capital program. And Chris and Addison are going to cover this portion.
Thank you. Here we are again. This one will not be as crazy as my other ones, so brace yourself. So yeah, moving into a new year, tons of fun stuff on the horizon. Not as much as in previous years, but still just as important. Interesting.
Oh,
Mine did that as well.
Is that a thought cloud?
That's in, kind of fill in whatever you want.
So yeah, very interesting that it's doing that. I'm just gonna go ahead and hit escape real quick, because once I did that on, let's see the.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so 25 projects. I apologize that one cloud doesn't want to format that correctly.
If that's for Addison, I can see.
So our 25 list of projects are solar light replacement on Summit Boulevard, environmental sustainability, trails enhancements, storm system repair, Pioneer Park improvements, fiber infrastructure, walkability improvements, technology purchases, vehicle replacement, police vehicle upgrades, and complete streets. So in this slide, this was just a sample of some of the projects that we'll be doing. Fiber, our light poles, that's a big one, getting those. Pioneer Park, that'll be a pleasant and welcome upgrade for the community. We'll continue with our walkability upgrades, just pinpointing those locations where either CDOT left us with future possibilities, opportunities to improve upon our vehicle replacement and equipment plan, which everybody's seen, very familiar with for the town, and then our storm system repair, just to ensure that everything's running smoothly. Again, that's one of those not so often thought about pieces of infrastructure, but very, very important to the community. So again, my apologies.
I would just add that Pioneer Park and Complete Streets are both dollars are associated to design for next year, and then construction is slated for future years out.
And since nobody could see the numbers in the other slide, focusing in on 2025, you know, where those are zeros, you know, those are for future years. And then all those that are filled in. So for solar light replacement, we have 100,000, environmental sustainability, 250, trail enhancements, 150, storm system repair, 75, Pioneer Park improvements, 150,000. That's, yeah. Fiber infrastructure for 2 million, complete streets, 200,000, walkability improvements, 50, tech purchases, 100, vehicle replacement, 570,000, and police vehicle upgrades for 200,000. Go ahead.
Sewer repairs, like water mains break. Do we have major sewer things go really badly?
So,
That doesn't seem like a lot of money to cover emergency repairs.
yeah, so.
Yeah, like you're talking about the storm sewer repairs,
Yeah.
50,000 budgeted.
But I don't know if they have.
So we have some, so we've had 2 this year, so we have on Drive, we did a repair where we had some drainage issues where storm sewer wasn't draining, it was overflowing going into private property. We were able to do a repair on that pretty cheap. So it's, you know, within the budget on that, and then we have one right at the edge of Pitkin at the town boundary that we're still going to do this fall. That one's going to be a little more expensive. So we do have ones that come up. 50,000 is pretty, that's kind of reactive to the emergency ones that we really have to do. It doesn't really, you know, we have a larger culvert that fails, or something bigger, it's not going to cover that. It does seem to be enough to kind of cover the smaller stuff.
Is there a bucket of money somewhere for major sewer repairs?
So we are looking at that. We have been in operations. We're looking at kind of doing a larger drainage master plan of the town. We started doing some in-house analysis, but we'll look at all of our infrastructure within the town, look at kind of a 5-year, 10-year plan, what needs to be upgraded, replaced, issues, and then start looking at kind of dollars. And we've also had talks looking at possible stormwater funds to help kind of fund those larger ones, because right now we don't have anything larger than stormwater unless we create a specific capital project.
Stay on sorry, miss. Sewer lines, like, we own the sewer lines and then they process it.
So we don't own any sewer lines, that's all the risk of sanitation, only storm sewer.
Okay.
So, yeah, they have all the distribution.
For some reason, we own the sewer line, we are shipping it to them. So,
Yeah,
good.
Silverthorne does that, but no, we don't have any really involvement in the sewer, it's all risk of sanitation.
And in terms of our storm sewer proper, the bulk of it is actually in the core area of town. And then on very different areas, there's just some little kind of ancillary kind of pieces and bits of infrastructure, depending on where it sits in town. It could just be dry wells and stuff like that. So yeah, there's definitely more stuff that we need to look at as staff of, hey, how can we be a little bit more proactive on this?
This may be silly, but as we're looking at all of these things, is there any rules out there that we're part of for a certain size of fix that we have to do?
No,
I don't think so, but I just wanted to.
Yeah, you know, I think maybe if there is vehicle struck a culvert and damage it, maybe there's some scenarios like that where insurance would apply. But yeah, generally when storm sewer fails, we have to replace it. You know, unless there's the ones on Highway 9 that's CDOT, but if anything within our roads, if it fails, we have to figure out a source to fund it.
Pretty much our biggest ones on Main Street, is the biggest one flowing down, and
Yeah,
that was just done, recently, but it's 10 years.
that's the largest one. We have a lot of culverts outside of the core of town that are crossing streets, and we'll have an open ditch or creek going down, and then we'll cross roads. There's a lot of roads where we inspect them and we automatically culverts, non-existent, it's all rusted out over time, and it's holding up for now, but that's where outside of kind of the Main Street downtown area. Keep up culverts and roads. Sweet.
Speaking of culvert, I love the mountainside one.
Yeah, I think what's the issue on the mountainside one?
Hopping all the way around and in the, across the, it's right near the pool house, mountainside.
Oh, okay, right off the
Yeah,
turn.
like we put it in, it's, you know, the pipes up, I think this much now, you know. Maybe.
That's exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah. Well, and that's not a storm sewer, that's a river, you know, it's a river crossing, you know, so.
Yeah.
That one seems to be getting worse every year.
We have quite a few like those where we put storm sewer repairs, but it's really drainage repairs. Which
Okay.
Probably call it sense. You know, we have a lot of those where it's a river, creek, drainage, it's going across. We have a culvert, it's either rusted out or a lot of them are kind of heaving up, like you're saying, then we have a couple others like that are heaving up over time. And replaced.
We have a.
They call them
anticipation
speed
price.
bumps too.
Yeah, that's it, it's a natural speed.
So moving forward, and I'll let Chris speak to this, with our next couple slides as they relate to vehicles, just to give the council an overview of what we do.
Yeah, Justin. So I'll just give kind of a quick high level explanation of our vehicle replacement schedule and look back on how we've developed that. So just a quick overview of our light duty fleet. So that's any light duty trucks, passenger vehicles. Those are generally replaced on a 10-year frequency. Our heavy equipment, loaders, graders, haul trucks are 7 to 15 years. Police vehicles are 6 years. And then Nordic equipment is 4 years to 10 years.
Oh, that was my laptop, I'm sorry. That's not gonna do anything.
So the replacement schedule is selected to minimize costs based on several items. Just kind of a quick overview. It's resale value, maintenance costs, which increase over time, fuel costs, mechanic labor, warranties that expire, equipment downtime if we have older equipment that's needing to be repaired. There's also first life rebuild, and we hit a certain amount of hours and to rebuild the equipment. So this image I have on the screen is from a few years ago. Enterprise Fleet did an analysis of our fleet, and so this is just kind of overview graphic showing depreciation over time, fuel and maintenance costs, and kind of showing where that sweet spot is, where you recover some value from your vehicle and overall have the least cost over time, fleet management. And so this is actually showing that with some of our light duty vehicles that we were replacing them a little bit past what they're calling the optimal point. And one thing to note on this is, we set the years, but it's a moving target based on resale values. This was done shortly after COVID when resale values were really high, and that moved that kind of optimal time a little bit sooner. What it's showing is we're generally replacing it kind of within that optimal period, and then we adjust it depending on the specific type of vehicle, economy, resale values, some of those factors. So just kind of a summary, we replace based on depreciation, maintenance cost, and then other factors. And just, some of those other factors are trying to do environmental sustainability upgrades, EV chargers, safety upgrades for vehicle. We're trying to limit how much maintenance staff we need on mechanics. Kind of some factors like that aren't necessarily the true hard cost of maintaining them. And then the replacement plan overall is an outline with room for flexibility. So we have that schedule that we showed anything from 4 to 15 years, depending on the equipment. then we make some adjustments, we push some things back, we move stuff earlier. And that's based on the economy, budget at the time, equipment, whether there's been major technology, safety, sustainability upgrade to that equipment. And then reliability and maintenance of the individual vehicles. Some vehicles we get and they're a little more of a lemon and require more work, and we track the maintenance cost over time. So if we're seeing, it's kind of exceeding a number, we might trade it in sooner. We have a vehicle that's holding up well and we're getting to that replacement time. We might keep it. So that's just kind of a quick summary of how we've come to the number we have and the vehicles we're replacing. If everyone's okay with that, we'll kind of move on to water projects, but if not, we can dive a little deeper if anyone wants more application.
Or any capital items.
Oh. This was a pretty graphic. At least it's done, at least it's like. Over here. Here's great. So literally, I mean. Like it's showing. So, technology is the enemy today. I think that was way can I add to that. So in our mysterious, we'll just call it mysterious, water projects that we have for 2025 is our PFAS mitigation, our water tank rehabilitation, a study and scoping analysis for a possible well 8, and vehicle and equipment replacement for the water fund. Just to know with our vehicle and equipment replacement, when you see all these vehicles, it is separated by what fund it is coming out of. So this one, please get on work.
That's not our water tank though.
That one?
That is not our
No,
well.
that is not our
Doesn't have.
We're doing that much to it?
Doesn't have any scaffolding. That looks like a new build.
We're not. All the volume of the water tank, are we?
Well, we're doing-
Insulation around
We
it?
have a plan for rehabilitation on 2 of them, so they have old insulation that's kind of falling apart on the outside, so it would be removing the insulation and basically repainting the outside. And then doing some recoating. Rehabilitation on the inside of the tank as well.
So we are ripping off the insulation on the outside,
Yeah,
all of it, or just?
the plan right now, we're still kind of finalizing the details and specifications of it. The plan right now would be to remove all of it. It's all in kind of past its lifespan. There's a bird nest in it. It's kind of got holes falling apart. And so, and then I think there's areas too, since it's kind of worn where we're getting moisture in between the insulation, and the metal. So we have to take all of it off and we can sand it down.
Now recoat it as in re-insulating it to on the outside or no?
So the recommendations are to re-insulate it. Basically, there would be no new insulation and then it would just be a mixer that's installed. So the mixer is right now, there's not a mixer in them, and that would just stir the water to keep it from freezing anywhere. That's what a lot of other municipalities, Mountain Region, have gone to as a way of installation.
Is it more energy efficient though? Is, just foaming the outside of it and keeping it instead of having something constantly moving the water? Is that costing us more money?
So that would be on solar, the mixer, so there wouldn't be a cost to that. So yeah,
It's like installing it.
they're.
What's that price? I don't know.
So, I mean, I can go into that for what we have currently, and I would go to the next slide, but since it's all mystery. That is 2.25 million for the water tank rehab.
Oh, for the whole rehab, yeah.
Yeah,
For both tanks, so
For both
over $1 million for each one, so yeah, the mixers. Just
Yeah.
And then just to go through the list of what we have. So PFAS mitigation, there should probably be an asterisk by this. So currently we're tracking $7 million for that, but that can only be funded if we get outside funding for it. So that would be lots of grants or one big one or one forgivable loan, or however you want to look at it, but that's how the rubber is gonna hit the road on that one. For the study and scoping for well 8, that would be $150,000. And then the vehicle and equipment replacement at this time is $167,000.
How are we looking? getting funding for PFAS relative, we were ahead of the curve for a while, so other governments have caught up. Are they looking, is their situations worse, are we looking bad, like, what's the likelihood that we're an attractive source to throw money at to fix PFAS?
So we just had a call with the state for the state revolving fund. That's the one we've been working on for a while and going through all the steps and steps on it. They say we're still ahead of the queue of everyone else in this next round. We're planning to apply here kind of Q1 2025. So we're still ahead of the ball. They said they don't have anyone else they're talking to that's as far along as us. The downsides is that the funding for next year has been reduced. They kind of over appropriated some of their funds for this year. So we're still ahead of the ball, but the funding sources have become a little more uncertain. But yeah, so it's, we'll find out, early next year.
Mr. Mayor, the town has made its claims in the 3M and DuPont settlement. I do expect some money to come, but just don't have any way to get the magnitude of that money.
Not 7 million.
It's not. It'll be 7 million. But we were in phase 1 because we discovered it early. We addressed it. We had all of the testing documents we needed for years. We made our claim and it's under review. So we gave them a W-9. So when you send us the money, yeah.
For the PFAS on that, of all our wells, like the North 10 Mile, is there much coming out of the North 10 Mile that isn't PFAS? Even at the natural river.
Right, no surface water generally there's no contamination issues, because we do have PFAS, it usually just goes downstream quick, it doesn't linger, whereas it's mostly, 99% of the time it's groundwater that get the PFAS issues, because it's in the ground, takes a long time. Well, they could one day, might be an underground plume that one day passes and goes away, but we really have no way of modeling how it is, so it's really just the groundwater.
Well, it's the PR.
Or I mean, well 7, sorry, yeah, the PR.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, you.
Yeah, well A is just
Yeah.
that's the stuff.
So is that like the worst one, or how are the other wells like in Montreal and stuff like that? How are those come up with this?
So the other ones are good. They haven't tested positive. There's a couple tests that flagged for kind of uncertain, didn't really trigger above any of the amounts, and it's kind of undetermined amount, but overall those have all passed. Okay, no water remediation, so it's like.
So we only have one well.
One well, that's the issue.
That's the issue.
And decommission.
Which is decommissioned, so it's not operating right now. So right now we're running well 5 and 6 North 10 Mile. So 5, 6 North 10 Mile. They're all meeting our water needs currently, no PFAS issues. So it's just kind of well 7 that's shut down, and possibly, if you have low water years or certain conditions where well 7 we need to bring it back online.
So. With well 7. In the PFAS, what we're trying to do, filter it out. Where are we, where are we doing? We're not doing well 7. So where is where?
That is,
So it is
when they
well
talk
7.
about the PFAS projects, that's well 7.
Yeah, but the money to put into that well to make it PFAS and just get rid of that well, and is it worth the money to?
That's exactly why they're studying
This one,
a
yes.
well 8.
Yeah.
So if we get down to the point where we're considering an expenditure on well 7.
Okay.
Or developing a new well, and it makes more sense to develop a new well,
Okay, so that's what we're looking at.
that's correct.
So the PFAS filtration system, we're not really doing anything for any of our North 10 Mile, the other wells, none of that's needed. Those are all fine.
Those are all fine, just be on well 7, and yes, Tom said, we're looking at kind of a well 8 concurrently, so we're kind of waiting to see what grant funding comes on the table, because that kind of changes the equation. If suddenly we're successful in any grants, we have to spend 7 million, that's when we're kind of looking at a well 8 and doing a cost comparison of what it would be to just abandon well 7, not treat it, and drill a new well. So we're keeping both those options in mind and see which one.
What is the price of a new well, kind of? Forget what we paid for the 7.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've done 7, and we're getting a contractor on board for pre-construction services to kind of help us with cost estimating on the well 7 PFAS, and that's gonna be something we have kind of look into a little bit, because it's really dependent on where the area is, what the subsoil conditions are, how deep we have to drill. A lot of the areas that would be good, we don't necessarily have land for, so we might have to purchase land or do some type of agreement. So there's a lot of factors that it's tough to just give kind of a number right now without something. but likely less than 7 million. So,
But with a new well,
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty well, yeah.
seems a lot. I'm kind of wondering.
It's gonna be $7.
Yeah, no, because, what did we spend for the 7, for well 7, do you know? Did you ever look up that one?
I can research that and get back to you,
It's about 10 years though since we put it in.
Say it was in the.
That's what I remember.
Was it, yeah,
which if that was 10 years ago.
yeah,
I gotta pass it back.
okay. Okay. Sorry for too much conversation. I just kind of different.
And I'm gonna ask this just so the whole group hears it. I asked it in our meeting was. If we go forward with the PFAS filtration system, there is no one single point that we can capture our entire system. To put it all through that singular filtration system. Should we come across future issues with PFAS and we only do this once instead of at multiple sites?
Yeah, there's no way with the water system, the way the tanks are and how water can go both directions, it's in the pipes, you'd have to do 4 separate systems for 3 wells.
Yeah.
Where, if there was a well 8, where would that be?
We're not sure yet, we're looking at, there's some areas in town where.
So this picture right here is an.
No.
I thought you guys already did something too, and you got this. These pictures are kind of deceiving, you know?
I'll label them,
This is it on, this is it on. Oh, that's our company.
not, TRF truck.
Okay, that's.
Yeah, no, that's just a sample of what some treatment systems do look like. Other places.
There's some potential sites in town, but we've had, so there's one before, which well number that was, but that was decommissioned because it had contamination issues from a gas station.
Was well one.
On
West
West
Main.
One. And so kind of anything in town is possible contamination issues, like I think your best option would be if you could go outside of town, uphill of town. We really don't own parcels that we could build there without some sort of agreement with Forest Service or purchasing property or something, so it's kind of. We'd have to do more investigation to kind of determine sites.
Do you feel like well 7 went down the way it did because of its location? Do you think that's a factor?
As far as the contamination.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few ideas where it came from, there's old landfills or different items around the county commons. So yeah, the location of it there, there's probably some sort of contamination source near it that's kind of making its way slowly.
Well, it was us, we cut down the pine beetle trees and then we sprayed them and put plastic over them. That's kind of what happened there. With the pine beetle, we stacked all the wood, we sprayed it and then put plastic over it. So that's kind of why that was in there, is what I remember. If you were on there, it might have been before you got on, but that was a lot to do with the pine beetle. And that spray that they put on it. That's what I was told in the past.
Your fire station in the vicinity.
Yeah, that's one thing I've heard too.
That's what I've heard.
Fire station.
The practice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Spraying it around a little bit, but it's not like it's. But it's foam, the rain comes, it goes away.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Take an MR down this year.
Will station.
Right.
Well, I certainly don't have faith that the Marina Fund spreadsheet's gonna come up either.
We don't want to see that one.
Bet if I scrolled back now, you'd be able to see. So the Marina Fund, here's the 5-year breakdown and projects. So the big ones on the docket for 25 are just the standard equipment replacement, the pontoon boats, some of the paddle sports, gear, stuff like that. And the boat ramp dock, which if you're familiar with the marina, the boat ramp dock is just, if you've seen what's existing there, it's overdue. So, need to have a nice launching dock for our guests and customers and stuff like that. So that's what Logan and his crew have on tap. And, before I turn it back over to Leslie to keep cruising on her side of things, if there's any questions.
Are those net numbers or gross from, because we're selling the old equipment? So the equipment replacement, is that net or gross?
So this is just what it would cost. This is sans us selling anything or anything.
So just to mention within the capital fund, and we've talked to all of you individually about this. You know, we've got a discussion coming up at our next meeting, which is the first feasibility study look at fiber and the different options around that, and Chris will be leading that discussion for us. And you'll note that, and I think Leslie will get into this, that because of the projects we have planned through the life of our capital plan through 2029, we're over programmed because of Complete Streets or Granite Street. And we mentioned that, you know, we're going to talk a lot about the capital plan past 2025, a little bit about 2025, depending on what we do with fiber, and priorities, because we can't do it all. So we're gonna have to, we're in the mode of having to make some choices in the future.
Thank you very much.
All right, so coming back to the strategic plan, I just want to remind you all that the budget really is a policy document, and really the beginning of budget season is when you all have your retreat and update the strategic plan and talk about the goals that are included in that work plan that's described in the strategic plan. So we do publish within the budget document, and it was also included in the council packet, significant budget items by strategic plan priorities. And so I really just want to highlight that, because I think it's important to note that this isn't just a financial document. This is really a document that helps to guide all of staff, and it really takes all of staff. And I'd like to take a moment to thank everybody that participated in this budget process, because it's not a finance process. It really takes everybody in the town. So thank you to everybody for all the effort that went in, and thank you all for as council members, for the time that it takes to work on the strategic plan. There is a lot that goes into it from everybody. So these are the goals in the work plan that we are accomplishing within this proposed 2025 budget. Given that these are all things that you as council approve, because it really is your document. So wages are a large part of the expenses in the budget, in any of our budgets, and growing throughout the years as we have merit increases. And noting, when we looked earlier at the priorities that were set up in your in the pillars, that PD and Public Works were specifically highlighted in there. And so I want to note that the percentage of total wages, 16% of that, 16% is the police department, and 17% is Public Works. So those do take up a fair amount of the wages for the budget. We've also made a priority for cybersecurity. I think we probably all recognize that is something that is growing in importance as we see hacks, and we want to make sure that we're well positioned to keep the town safe and protect our data and resources. Along those lines, we also are proposing to invest in capital technology, which is specifically servers and just maintaining that technology, as well as having the most current technology within our police department and allowing for investigations there. Infrastructure maintenance is also something that's really a high priority within the strategic pillars, and we look to have a priority of maintenance in buildings, roads, bridges. You know, Chris mentioned earlier the drainage master plans are really making sure that those are things that we're keeping on top of. I should also note that we used to have this within the capital plan, and the risk of that is that you have years where maybe you need to cut things, and we don't want to cut things that are ongoing repairs and maintenance. It's really important to stay on top of that and make sure that we don't have any deterioration, because those are things that could actually become more expensive over time. So prioritizing that maintenance. Vehicles and equipment, which we've spoken about, and we do have a new line item this year just for police vehicle upfitting. It's not necessarily that's not new budgeting, it's just showing the difference so we can track over the years how much we're spending on the upfitting for police vehicles.
What does that mean?
So adding the lights and everything, that if you bought, say, a Ford Explorer, what would it not have? Yep. So there's a lot that goes into that, more than the civilian would imagine.
Right.
Yeah. The storm system that we talked about, making sure that we're on top of that, potentially a new fund in the future, but that currently does show up within the general fund. Complete streets, we have that design planned in 2025. Environmental sustainability, this is something that we will revisit and come back to council regarding the information we received from McKinstry and what that looks like. Currently, there is a placeholder in the budget for the $250,000 net cost, but that would require additional appropriations in the future, depending on how council decides to move forward. PFAS, which we just talked about, is also something that would come back to council for appropriations, possibly depending on what that looks like, but deciding on if we're going to sign a contract to move forward on that or updates on our grant, which we're hoping would come in if that's the path we move. Well, 8 we just talked about, as well as the water tank rehab. Regarding our priority related to arts, culture, and recreation opportunities, the Pioneer Park design that is important as it relates to the Granite Street housing project. We want to kind of move those forward at a similar pace. The implementation of Pioneer Park in a future year is part of our grant match for the Strong Communities $4 million grant that we received related to the Galena Street housing project. Walkability improvements are something that we continue to move forward with related to upkeep of our infrastructure. Arts and culture programming is within the budget. There is $50,000 for programming, as well as the public art capital, also a $50,000 line item within the 2025 proposed budget. Continuing the $150,000 for trail construction and enhancements. But we should note that that is remaining at the $150,000 level. There is not an additional amount proposed in the 2025 budget at this time for the backyard plan. So that would be something where we would need to find additional funding to move forward with that.
Wait, I'm sorry, does wildfire mitigation stuff go into that line?
Right, so we don't currently have funding in the budget to move forward with that. So we would look potentially for grant funding or some other revenue source in the future. But this is a very tight budget, and so that's really the reason that it hasn't currently been included, because we'll need to find some different sources. Slopeside Hall will be opening soon, and so related to the strategic plan item, there is an increased amount required for the cleaning and the utilities of operating that building for what we've seen in prior years. The boat ramp dock out at the marina is what we just heard about, that's an older dock that needs some attention.
Should that come out of their fund?
It is, sorry, these are all funds. This is not just
Okay.
this is not just the general fund. This is an overview of all funds and not the all of it, no. But the transfer to Marina Fund is from the general fund, and this is proposed to be the last year of that, and we'll look at the health of the marina.
I guess I should have read the whole thing.
That's okay. I'm happy to answer any questions, so you guys chime in at any point. Community inclusivity, so this is where we have provided funding for the First Steps program. That is a countywide childcare tuition assistance that started off as Breckenridge, and then Frisco developed our own program, and we're fortunate enough that it is now grown to a countywide program. to provide that tuition assistance for people, whether they live or work in Frisco and countywide. The community nonprofit grant, so we'll go into that at the next council meeting, so you guys can firm up the amount that was included in the budget, and whether that varies from what's been included. Currently, we have included 100,000 for those nonprofit grants, as well as for the community impact grants, and that includes the amount that's budgeted is cash and the in-kind that relates to other funds. So for example, the Marina Fund, when we provide a gift certificate to a nonprofit for a pontoon rental, we want to make the Marina Fund whole by providing those discretionary grant dollars from the general fund.
When we do that discussion, that's gonna be the broad nonprofit everything discussion.
Yes, at the next meeting. So there's still time to change the amount that's in the budget currently,
For 2025.
right, for 2025.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it from the standpoint of, those are $3,000 placeholders, but we figured out that we're giving away $1 million to nonprofit over the course of the year. Will that discussion be $1 million discussion or a $200,000 discussion?
Well, we will certainly provide the numbers for the overall amounts, what we've historically been providing. And yes, I think that having input on the ways that we provide funding to nonprofits in other ways is important. One great example of that is the nicotine funding. So that is a way that we provide a lot of funding to nonprofits from the nicotine tax. And that is, those amounts are part of the discussion related to the nicotine countywide work group. But certainly significant funding above these $200,000 amounts here. So yes, I think it'll be important to point out what that big picture is.
As we know, all of these local concerts, we get money from nonprofits. We have line items in the budget that go to nonprofits. That's why I said that, to me, that's the $1 million discussion. I just understanding of what we're going to be talking about.
Yep, I think you're welcome to provide any feedback on those other items now or later, either one. But we won't have proposed anything to adopt on the budget.
Okay, you guys know what I'm talking about.
No, I'd like to hear more about it, but maybe like she said, it could be another meeting.
think it
If
could
we're
be a
spending $1
conversation.
million or we're spending 200,000.
We spent 200, we spent on, give or
Give it-
take 100,000 on nonprofit grants, 100,000 on impact grants. But then in addition to that,
800,000.
800,000, more or less, very round numbers.
Does that sound right?
So it's very similar to like what Leslie was saying.
Yeah.
Is that right? So through the nicotine tax, for instance, we give money to Building Hope, right? We just did the Mayor's Cup yesterday, right? That's to help benefit Building Hope. I think what Councilmember Aronson is asking for is that as part of that whole conversation, we include that information.
Mhm.
So it's not just the 100,000 that has come from requested as the nonprofit grants and the impact grants, but as a whole, what are we doing as a town of Frisco for nonprofits?
Yeah.
That's the piece I think that you're asking for to have included as part of that discussion.
You know, are we
Yeah.
close to $1 million, 800,000?
When you add all those up, it's pretty close to that.
That's right, I'm not.
And it's not like it's just handouts of money.
Yeah.
Some of it you get service with it as well,
Yeah.
right?
Cause I looked at the concerts in the park too, and it's expenses and the revenue is 300,000 and 12,000 revenue, so that's part.
And I'm
That
not
could be, that would
contending,
be part of that,
Yeah.
if you want the big picture.
No, that would give
I'm not contending in any way that
Yeah.
I'm going into the wrong number. I just think we need to get our heads and hands around that. What the interactions are between the town. and really understand what we're doing.
I agree with you, but, and I don't know if this is the same conversation or different, but I feel strongly that we should be looking at how we pick who we're giving money to and who we're, like, just where we're putting our priorities to. I'll just add this, yesterday Martin and I worked on the grants committee together and we stayed within our budget. I mean, next week you'll get to see all that
But I wanna just on the surface say that it was a very mindful conversation about exactly what you just said, and it was very careful, and hopefully you like it, you know? I mean,
That's just the small part of
right,
the $1 million though.
well, no, I know, but I think that,
It's the other part that I feel like we need to pay attention to. How it's
oh,
treated.
I see.
Yeah, because you are looking at all the different applicants there, right?
Mhm.
That committee, but the rest of it is kind of. I don't know how it's decided. That certain
Yeah,
groups
that's a
get a
good
ton
question.
and others get what they apply for.
And that's something that we can break it down that way, like for instance, with the nicotine fund. We have IGAs and MOUs that garner a lot of that, or guide a lot of that. That are commitments when the nicotine tax was voted in. So that's an example, and we should provide you that information.
That's only like 80,000.
Oh, no, it's 800,000.
Oh, in the nicotine fund?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And a much smaller amount is the previously 10,000 that had been provided to high school graduates for secondary education. In this budget, we're proposing to increase that to 25,000. That is a discussion point that we have later, where we can follow up on the presentation to council that was a few meetings ago. The 602 Galena project that is proposed to be constructed by the Frisco Community Housing Development Authority. That is in here for a net amount of 3.8 million. That is also something that would need to come back to council once we have some firmer numbers and a path to move forward to discuss with you. Housing helps, we've had that amount at 1.5 million for a number of years now. We are proposing to increase that by 45,000 to 1.545. We have had some real success with that. Credit to James and the Community Development Department for really helping to grow that program and find some great units to purchase. And so within the 5-year pro forma that we published within the budget book and that is in the packet, we show that continuing to grow at a rate over time. And of course, that could change in the future. We're going to hear a lot more information as well about housing as we hear reports from the housing study that is currently underway. So that number could change. Lots of things that are in that 5-year pro forma will be updated in the future. We do also continue to budget for the home improvement loan program that is in the 2025 budget proposed at $100,000. As well as the Pitkin Alley housing design, that's another thing that would come back to council, that's an unknown, but we've included an amount in there if that's something that you wish to move forward with.
how, for the home improvement loan program, like, I guess I didn't pay attention, like, was that a successful program? How much money did we?
So it turns out that the Summit Combined Housing Authority, they also have a program, I we could call it competing, but it's, not competing, we're at the same goal. But they also have a program where they can provide loans to people that are in deed restricted properties. So we've been seeing people that had initially applied for our program actually deciding to go with that program instead. So we have not been handing out loans, but we continue to have the program. It could be particularly helpful for someone who has an assessment, maybe not a deed restricted property. But continue to have the program in place and we're not wasting money.
Okay, what is the funding we're holding for that?
So $100,000 is proposed for the 2025 budget.
Gotcha. Pitkin Alley housing design, just a quick.
So we own a home and a piece of property behind it.
Yeah.
At the end of the Pitkin Alley on the east end. And so it's been in our plan to put that out to bid to see what could be produced on it for affordable housing.
That's the house next to Riverbend,
Yes,
because Pitkin Alley is the other way.
well, the right of way is Pitkin Alley. It continues to run through
Because
there.
my house is on Pitkin and my alleyway's right behind me.
This is
Yeah,
the-
Yeah,
So the,
it's not Picken Alley, I don't think, but it's.
that could be, it could be Frisco Alley.
Yeah, I think it's Briscoe. Yeah. That's what I'm like, Picken Alley.
Maybe we'll.
That's just what it's called on the.
Well, yeah, I know, we talked about that.
The right house down.
Yeah.
We talked about that unit there. you know.
Anyway, we've received bids on it and we're preparing to bring that to you at some point. To see where we want to go.
So just to clear that up as I'm looking at it, that's also the parcel that's most recently being referred to as the 8th Street parcel.
It has been referred to as that.
Yeah.
Or the former Larry Feldman.
Feldman property.
No, well, I don't know if that's the actual parcel that we own.
Or it's just got a weird shape.
It does have a different shape to it.
It had a big power line.
By Henry Village.
Coyote Cone.
Totally no. I always call it the triangle piece.
That might be a better name for it, because we don't have all these locations on the street.
Okay.
So under thriving economy, we have fiber infrastructure, which you're going to hear, Chris is gonna talk about at the next council meeting, regarding how that, went with bonfire and the planning in different scenarios. But we do have some placeholders in here and we'll talk about, specific projects in the capital plan later. I'm gonna also end them up for marketing, and this kind of goes back to that first graph we looked at. You know, we want to make sure that we're able to maintain a level of revenue as related to our needs and expenditures. And so we're proposing an increase to marketing of 30,000. We haven't seen an increase in marketing for quite some time. And that is also related to information that we're hearing from the lodging community. I think that they're seeing some impacts to their average daily rates, and we know that we're seeing some decreases within the lodging sector in town. Slopeside Hall we mentioned about before opening up, and so in addition to the costs for cleaning and utilities, we also wish to provide some childcare services out of there, some summer camps. And so there is a related cost for that. There's also a related revenue offset, but just wanted to note the cost. So getting into our overall picture of our proposed budget, what 2024 looks like as compared to 2025. We do see some increases and decreases in the general fund though. Revenue is looking relatively flat. We have that increase in expenditures that we talked about at the beginning with that graph, and we want to make sure that we maintain a balanced budget within the general fund. But we have done so this year and what we're proposing. The capital fund, we had a lot of expenses. You'll see in orange, that was the year we're in 2024, but we're proposing for 2025 that we will have a decrease in projects within the capital fund. The housing fund, that increase in yellow in 2025 revenue is really related to grant funding that we expect to receive. Keeping expenditures relatively the same. The water fund, we have the increase there related to what we talked about with PFAS and the water tank rehab. The marina fund, we are aiming to keep that relatively stable and flat, and we have some other minor funds that also are pretty flat.
Is water pump pretty flat if we're not doing PFAS?
Yes. And the water tank, well, we had some projects this year, but the water tank rehab is also still a relatively expensive project. Wow, this looks like an Easter egg. Ending fund balances. So, you know, just to remind everybody about what a balanced budget is, we talk about within general fund, making sure that our revenues exceed our expenditures. But overall, the definition of a balanced budget is really making sure that your beginning fund balances that you start off with, which is your bank account, if you will, you add in your revenues for the year, you subtract out your proposed expenditures for the year, subtract out any legal reserves that you have, and you make sure that your balance at the end of the day, at the end of the year, is still positive. So you might have years where you do spend more than you take in, say in the capital fund is a great example of that, but as long as your ending fund balance is positive, you have a balanced budget. And so showing here in orange, we have the council set reserve. Now it appears that the general fund ending available fund balance for 2025 is less than that reserve, but I need to provide the caveat that available fund balance does not include the Tabor reserve. So that's a taxpayer bill of rights. And we are required by the state of Colorado to set aside 3% of our revenues minus some allowable deductions such as grant revenue. And if we had to spend that in case of emergency, we would need to replenish it. If we're down to our last $1.7 million, we have way bigger problems. But so that is the reason that you see the difference in there, that really the council set reserve for the general fund of the 7 months really should include that Tabor reserve.
How long do you get to replenish that if you have to use it?
So after the end of your emergency, you get a year. So I mean, like, for example, in COVID, we didn't tap into that. So like I said, if you're using up your last 3%, yeah, we're gonna have some other discussions.
Hopefully, we'd have colleagues that would be also in the same situation.
Right.
It shouldn't be discussed.
Yeah.
Leslie, what's the offset or the difference between that 3% Tabor requirement and the 7 month balance?
So the 7 month balance is something that's set by you all as council. It's adjustable. It's not a legal requirement. It's really just something that we show up as appear on the slide really as your recommendation. But it's not something that is legally required by the state. And in our audited financials, it's not shown as a required reserve.
So in theory, you could, as a council, make a decision that we don't, in a certain year or in several years, we don't want to meet that reserve. We want to transfer it to capital. Transfer a higher amount to capital.
Right.
Not suggesting that, I'm just saying that you could do that.
But what what is that, as an example, what does that 3% correlate into per months of reserve, since we already have this, we know it's 7-ish.
So it's like 1 month.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Tabor requirement is not how.
It was like $11 million for the, I forget how much is in the set.
That's the 7 month.
Yeah, full 7 months. So I think it was,
Like one.
yeah, 1.7.
Yeah.
And then the other, it was 11.
Yeah, 11 million for the 7 months. So the orange line there is really.
Talking about it. Majority for us to change our 7 month.
Yes.
Yes, with a written super majority. They're looking.
And it's been,
The future legislative body is to what their reserve is outside of state law. They just changed the law on you.
and it's been 7 months, 14, and I did change that language slightly on the page. What Tom said though about, you all do have the authority to do something different. What's currently proposed in the water fund, if we were to do everything that's in there, we were to spend $7 million on addressing PFAS and only getting a $3 million grant, if we were to complete the water tank rehab all within 2025 and also do the well 8 scoping, that would in 2025 bring us below that reserve. That's up to all of you. But it's really just related to all of those projects that are in 1 year. I think, as we know, we generally we don't have the capacity or time in the construction season to finish something all within 1 year. But it currently is proposed as an appropriation. But that's what you're seeing in the water fund. And then the marina fund had been below that council set reserve, but is now showing recovering up to that. Regarding revenue, we've talked about it being pretty flat. You can see that within the general fund. We see a decrease in the capital fund, and that's related to the transfer that comes from the general fund decreasing. That amount was at 3 million in 2024. Previous. No, I'm questioning. I'll tell you, that's actually because our real estate transfer tax change, or real estate investment fees. Housing fund is related to the grant amount. The water fund is also related to grants, and then we're pretty flat in the other areas. Revenues by source, this is really showing you that almost all of our revenue is coming in from taxes, although I should highlight that we're really talking about sales tax and real estate investment fees there. We are largely not funded by property tax. It only represents about 200,000 of that 20 million. So not how our money comes in. And then intergovernmental is grants. And charges for services are fee-related revenue items that we have. Outstanding obligations, this is also something that is required by our charter that we provide information to you on. And in fact, in the council packet, we provided to you the pages that appear in the budget book and speak to our legal debt margin. I do want to highlight that none of these items actually are contributing to that legal debt margin. Our marina funds are enterprise, and so they are therefore excluded because they have other revenue sources that pay for those bonds. And the other items are not, they don't actually qualify as long-term debt because they are annually appropriated. So it is up to you to choose to annually appropriate them. My recommendation would be to do so. but not actually qualifying as long-term debt. And there's also the schedule in the packet that shows when all of those items are paid off. But you can see here 2031, 2030, 2033, and 2048 for the marina bond. So that's always something good to keep in mind. And also, I think just remembering that the interest rate that we pay as a government is generally much lower than you would pay in private enterprise. And we've certainly seen that effect as we've had discussions about housing.
The other thing to note here is that because you have 3 debt obligations that are maturing, 131, 130, 133, you're going to start seeing in the next couple of years the capital plan move into those years where you're going to have a debt payoff. It allows the town to start thinking about debt in a different way within those capital plans.
Leslie, can you, on the marina fund, the reserve bonds, can you just refresh my memory? Our initial loan there or bond amount was 6 million. Is that right?
It is on this page right here. It was initially 5.45.
Okay.
In over 29 years.
Revenue bond. In Rick's math, that's $6 million.
There's a really beautiful schedule in the packet.
And I guess the opposite is true with that. I mean, or maybe not the opposite, but looking, when we've been talking about the marina fund and its health, you look at how far out that bond gets paid off, it makes it a lot tougher within the marina fund to contemplate further debt. That's I guess that's a corollary.
Also worth noting, even though none of this does count against the legal debt margin of the town, that is calculated based upon actual property value. So all of the value of all of the real property within the town of Frisco, which is valued at over 4 billion, and you are allowed to borrow debt at 3% of that, which is 100.
I wouldn't suggest that.
No, but I did want to know typically, and we have relatively low debt, even though this isn't legal debt.
What was that, 40 billion or 4 billion?
4 billion.
4 billion.
So within our governmental funds, so these are the funds that are really funded I don't know why that graph looks so weird. I think this is related to the issue we were having earlier, but the governmental funds are really what are funded by taxpayer dollars, but also charges and fees. They're separate from our funds that operate more like a business. So what we've excluded from here is the Marina Fund and Water Fund, so those really operate like a business, and then we also have an internal service fund, which is our insurance reserve fund. So just showing all the pieces of the pie here, the general fund represents more than half of that at 21 million. We also have some concentration within the capital fund and the house fund. We have some other minor funds that have a lot less. In fact, we have 3 funds that have no expenditures budgeted in the proposed 2025 budget, and that includes the Conservation Trust Fund. We transfer that money over to the capital fund to pay for recreation related capital projects. The Open Space Fund currently has no funding in 2025, same with the Historical Preservation Fund. Within the general fund, again, we're just looking at changes across years. You can see in 2023, we had that gap between revenue and expenditures. That gets transferred over to the capital fund. That gap is lessening in what we're projecting for 2024, but maybe we're being overly conservative in that, and maybe that gap will actually be larger at the end of the day. And then that gap is really narrow in 2025. But still revenues exceed expenditures. So here you can see how much of the pie taxes represent within general fund revenue. We do also have some significant revenue related to charges for services. We saw in 2024 some increases here specifically related to the Tubing Hill had quite a good year. As well as the addition of our rope tow and charging for that. Those were some great revenue sources for us. We are also then proposing that we have some increases in our fees just to help with the tracking of that revenue. So we are proposing that 2.5% we talked about as far as the growth in the economy, that we see those fee increases in those areas as well. So slight increases in some of our summer camps, for example, or after school, some more significant increases in our sports camps, as perhaps those should pay for themselves a little bit more, but still keeping those very affordable for our participants and making sure that we remain competitive with our surrounding communities and what they offer. In expenditures, we have some pretty cool division here, but certainly prioritizing public works as we talked about having the repair and maintenance of our infrastructure included in that area, and continue to prioritize public safety as shown in the percentages in that pillar. Some highlights of the general fund, we've talked about a lot of these already. Our revenues out of the 21 million, we are, our projected actuals for 2024 are coming in under budget. That is largely related to, we have 2 parts of our sales tax. Part of it is town collected and town controlled. We have a solid audit program and send out collection letters. We want to make sure that we have a really level playing field for all of our businesses, and that all of the businesses that are complying are on the same playing field with anybody else that may make different choices. However, there's a different component of tax revenue, which is county tax, and that is collected by the state. That's about half of that sales tax revenue, and so we do have less control over that revenue. And we've been seeing that revenue declining, and that's the reason that that is under budget by about $500,000. However, the last few months we have seen look a little bit better. At least this last month, the county collections did look better. So fingers crossed that that will continue. But as we talked about uncertainties, we're not sure. The 2025 proposed budget is also less than the 2024 budget related to all of those factors. And here's where we talked about the property tax amount. So just shy of 300,000. 2025 is looking to be flat to 2024. That's because it's not a reassessment year. So when we saw the changes in property tax, we're not seeing that for this year, other than some proposed legislation that's out there. But But again, when you look at your total mills that are on your property tax bill, the Frisco amount is 0.798 of that total property tax mills that you pay, so small portion.
Do you know offhand how much extra revenue did we, I know it's inconsequential to our budget or to any portion, but how much did our property tax revenue go up with all the big reassessment and everything,
I think it might have been around 70,000.
which
That's partial though. I think we don't see the next bump in that until 26.
I'm just sort of, it's such a conversation around the community. If we can say our real estate tax revenue, even though it's inconsequential, went up by 25, 30, 40, 50%. That would extrapolate out to the other jurisdictions, and so
Yes, however, you see different amounts based upon how much residential property you have.
it's just the conversation starter, if we went up 70,000 off of 20. Because that's what it did, dragging it out. I mean, that's a third, we went up by 30%.
It was significant. It just isn't significant to our budget, but as a percentage, yes.
It helps with the conversation when you talk to the county or third. So, okay.
Yeah.
We want like a-
And you know, generally speaking, those that don't understand where they go comes from might think that you're flush because of property tax increases.
I'm still just stuck
Yeah.
on the other
Yep.
entities received a lot more money too.
We get the sales
Where does
tax.
it all go? So,
I think in 2018, we were at like 144,000 for property tax. Frisco took in. So about 9 years ago, 2014, then was it 150,000. So it hasn't increased too much. I guess it's doubled.
As a
it
percentage.
went up 30% last year.
Yeah, okay.
That's kind of, that's been gross. It's helpful.
Another thing worth noting that we're seeing is decreasing permit revenue within the community development department. I think that that's largely related to a spike that we saw in 2023 in building. Interest rates are certainly contributing perhaps to a decrease in development, but just noting that, not something that we should necessarily rely on. I didn't include it on here, but another income source that we shouldn't necessarily rely on is we've had an increase in investment income. We may also see that decrease back down to normal rates, so we keep that in mind as well in the budget process. And then charges for services, we talked about seeing some increases there. In expenditures, we have no new positions proposed within this budget. Like we said, we were really looking for savings to provide a balanced budget in our proposal. So no new positions included, although there were some proposals, so we may have some needs at some point in the future, but we are definitely remaining conservative there. Employee compensation, I just wanted to note the percentage of that represents of the total expenditures. It certainly is significant. We desire that in order to stay competitive within the market. We look at our neighbors. We're in the middle of a compensation study right now, and making sure that we really meet the mark in providing appropriate compensation and being competitive. We don't need to be the highest paid in the market, but we do wish to be competitive. The increases that are proposed are up to a 5% merit increase. I should note that these are on a different pay scale than the civilian employees. That's really related to, there's just a different market there. And we have allowed for some allowance for wage inflation in there based upon the results we hear about our compensation study, but also an area where we can make adjustments as we continue to monitor wage inflation. Our other expenditures, however, are remaining relatively flat within this budget. And again, I just want to acknowledge staff for really putting in some effort and finding some ways to save some budget expenditures and keep budgets low without having an effect to any of the services that we're all used to seeing. So continue at that level. Within the capital fund, so you can see here we had that increase within 2024, and we're going back down to really some more normal levels of expenditures in 2025. However, still spending down some fund balance. And I think that was largely really well covered by Addison and Chris earlier, but we can circle back during the question points. And our special revenue fund, so these are areas where we have special taxes such as our lodging tax, the nicotine tax we receive from the county, the housing, Summit Combined Housing Authority tax, as well as our short-term rental excise tax that goes into the housing fund. Those have dedicated sources, and so we don't want to commingle those with the general fund money. In 2025, the majority of the revenue that's coming in from our special revenues is related to the housing fund, and that's related to the grant funding that we been awarded in there. So speaking of the housing fund, this is an area we're going to come back and discuss as we hear more feedback related to the study and how you guys wish to proceed with projects. Within the lodging tax fund, we don't have a whole lot proposed of new items within the 5-year plan. This is where we run the Info Center out of, but this is also where we've been paying for arts and culture programming and capital out of. We also pay for some special events out of this, including concerts and other fun things that we do around town. And just to remind you all, the purpose of the lodging tax fund is really to fund areas that relate to areas that are impacted by tourism. And the percentage allocations that are set up within the lodging tax fund are set by council, although the reasons for spending the money were within the ballot language. You all have the ability to change and have done so by ordinance, those percentage allocations. Within the nicotine tax fund, so this is the tax that comes in, it's a county levy tax, and we spend the money on nicotine cessation, but we do also, as mentioned earlier, spend quite a bit of it on contributions for nonprofits, including the FERC, Building Hope, and the Summit Community Care Clinic. We have offered in 2024 and 2025 to the FERC $50,000 towards food insecurity, and that is also included in here. In the past, we have used some of that fund balance. As you can see, the expenditures have exceeded the revenue, and we have provided some one-time funding. In addition to that food insecurity, we've also provided to Summit County Preschool in the past, and that has been coming out of fund balance. So we've been having some conversations about keeping this fund sustainable. Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention the huge chunk that comes out of here related to the First Steps program, that countywide tuition assistance that I mentioned earlier. So we really want to make sure that going forward in the future, we can continue to fund all of those programs and at the appropriate level. So Tom has been having that conversation countywide about how to keep this fund sustainable. The other funds that have expenditures budgeted in 2025 but are worth mentioning are the Conservation Trust Fund. That does have a transfer that is budgeted. We receive about $40,000 a year in lottery funds for spending on recreation, but we're proposing to transfer that over to the capital funds that is spending on recreation there. And then nothing budgeted in expenditures for historic preservation or open space. It's the income on that fund balance that exists in there. And then the insurance reserve fund. So we have a self-funded health insurance program. And so it allows us to keep our rates down, but it also, you think of anything that has risks. We run the risk of having a year that has really high claims. And so our policy is to keep 6 months worth of expenditures in this fund. We are not proposing for 2025 to have any increase for employer paid or employee paid premiums. And we expect that we can maintain that and essentially absorb any increases in claims in the future. However, I should note that we have a very healthy employee population, and so this fund seems to maintain itself at a pretty steady rate.
Based on other self-insured plans, we've had several very good years, kind of unusually so. So it might be in the next couple of years that we have something unusual.
We do have
Jinxed it.
Yeah, we do see the orthopedic surgeries, but our insurance broker has said they've never seen a plan that has so few prescriptions on it, so I think overall we have a very healthy population. Enterprise funds, so these are the ones that operate like a business where we collect the fees to pay for all of the expenses. We are allowed to maintain the enterprise status as long as we don't contribute more than 10% of the fund's revenues from governmental funds. And so the water fund is making up the majority of the expenditures in this proposed 2025 budget related to those capital projects that we've mentioned several times. So within the water fund, you see those increasing expenses there in 2025, and the revenue is increasing related to the grant revenue that we would hope to receive if we were to move forward with the PFAS project. In the Marina Fund, we are seeing recovery here and we hope to maintain that. We will have the last year, by the way, of the scale on this is kind of wonky. We should note that it starts at 2.2 million. So it looks like we have big fluctuations, but we really don't. But we have been seeing the transfer from the general fund to the Marina Fund in order to maintain or move back up that fund balance. And 2025 would be the last year that we're proposing for that to occur. And that we would have a fund balance that meets the council's set reserve in 2025. So here is where the fund begins, and here are some points we've noted for discussion. One item that we haven't mentioned to date is related to our paper filing fee. So staff is proposing to increase this, and this relates to if you receive a paper water bill or if you file your sales tax by paper. So currently, actually I'll go to the next slide. So this amount has been $5 since the inception of these fees in January of 2023. So for a water bill, for example, those water bills are quarterly, so you receive 4 per year. You would currently then pay $20 a year to receive 4 paper water bills. We're proposing to increase that to $10, so it would be $40 per year. So still not a large amount, and we're really not looking to make any increase of revenue. It's a small line item in our budget, but what we're really looking to do is to increase our compliance rates. We have gotten sales tax up to 97% of online electronic filing. Water billing though has really plateaued at 70% compliance with people wishing to receive an electronic bill and signing up for our system. So we'd like to discontinue the plateau and see that to increase maybe as high as 90% would be ideal.
So sales tax, like people would send a check in?
You don't pay based upon how you pay. The fee is not based on how you pay.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, so people certainly send a check, but people also send us a piece of paper with their tax return on it, as opposed to filing electronically. And I should note, for filing your sales tax electronically, you have 2 options. One is to file through our system is Express Bill Pay. There's also a statewide system called SET, Sales and Use Tax System, where people, like especially if you're a larger corporation and you file lots of returns in different jurisdictions, you could file all of your returns with one upload. So electronic is certainly, I would think, preferred for many businesses. And I should also note that, we do provide refunds for people that maybe didn't realize that they were being charged this rate. So it's really not for the purpose of increasing revenue.
So are you wanting to get their reaction tonight?
Yes, so that's currently included in the budget.
And we'll go through each of these, obviously, but.
So if anybody has any reaction to that proposal of increasing from $5 to $10 for both of those.
Thank you, Rita. I get 3 of them.
Do we make And I think I already know the answer to this. Do we make exceptions for people who have some kind of struggle or?
We're willing to do that.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
we've encountered that, so.
Okay.
Happy to do so.
Yeah.
Again, we're not looking to make money, we're really just looking to.
Not push it.
And also, if somebody comes onto our system and is now paying water bill. And they don't realize it for a few quarters. And they call us, they let us know, and they want to move to electronic, we'll refund their fees back to them. We're not trying to make money with this, we're
Right.
trying to change behavior.
We also need to consider that we have to cover our own expenses. So raising it would cover more of our own expenses.
Yes, although as it decreases, because we have more compliance, then the overall revenue, the goal would be that the revenue doesn't increase.
Right.
Does anybody, do we have any? Does a majority of the council not want this to happen?
I personally, you know where I feel.
Yep.
Can I
You
ask
know,
you
my
why?
mortgage company send me my mortgage bill, and want me to go paperless, they don't say, hey, if you don't stop this, we're gonna charge you $5. Yeah, you're charging me to get my bill, you know, I'm paying my bill. And you're charging me to get a bill, and I get it electronically and I get it paperly. So
Why?
you're full, cause I got 3 of them, and it was always a pain in the butt because I put it in my bill pay wrong. Because of the numbers on the bill, and when I sent them in, they were always in a different account. So I was getting charged a late fee on one, and nobody could figure it out that Dan Kibbe had 3 water bills, and that this one is minus, this one's over. And this one's not, and it would stay that way. So then I'd have to call Peggy. Get charged for, because I didn't pay the right bill on the right number, so I was still getting paid to see that, because if it was on the express bill, you just get the bill and, so that's kind of, but they're forcing me to get off it.
I'm glad they-
So I'm the only one, I guess.
glad they forced me.
Yeah. My mortgage company is I still. They send me
Dan, that's a really good point though, Dan.
sewer bill, they send you the bill, they don't charge you $5. And I can send my sewer bill, all 3 together. But because it's the same. So that's the one. I wish there was that option, I could just send one water bill, not 3 for 3 different properties, But I'm the only one on that, so. I'm gonna stay out of that conversation.
Okay, we'll move forward with the $10. So the next line item for discussion is related to, when it was presented to you about for our high school graduates, that want to go on to secondary education and for scholarships. We've had that at $10,000 for quite a while. There was a proposal to increase that amount. Staff has proposed 25,000, but we are happy to hear any dollar amounts that you think is the right amount. Does anybody want to propose a different amount than 25,000?
It's up to 25,000.
Right.
Yes, I am so sorry. I should make it clear that yes, that would be the budget amount. So it's, no one should feel like we have to give out 25,000. But give out the appropriate amount based upon applications in any given year.
Can't remember what I learned about this, but so say it's up to 25,000 and we don't say we only have like 3 people apply for the scholarship. I forget what we decided. Are we splitting an amount between them? Or did we figure out like they would each get a certain amount? I don't remember where we landed.
I don't think you came to conclusion on that. But I don't think I doubt the consensus was that you'd split 25,000 3 ways.
Yeah, I couldn't remember. We were talking about
Then you
it.
end up with one person getting it all if nobody else applied.
They got a whole.
So I think what you'd be doing is you'd leave it up to the committee to make a recommendation of how to fund those that you were gonna fund.
Okay, I just wanted to get that in there.
I'm definitely in favor of, especially, we saw that chart of what our neighbors are doing and. I'm
Yeah.
definitely in favor of the champ.
Mine too.
Kibby, we still get a paper water bill, I gotta tell you.
Yeah.
And the reason we do is so that Colleen can go down to the post office and say, yep, we live here.
Yeah, oh,
That's
yeah.
the only reason we get it.
Oh, good for you.
I will work.
Excel.
The post office actually allowed me to show it to them on my iPad.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's legal that they can do that, but.
It used to be that way.
And we.
Yeah. You write checks though.
Old.
You got me.
Chimney service truck, not horse drawn.
Thank you, Ricky. Make me feel a little better.
Do you feel that?
So the next item up is related to arts and culture. So we discussed that currently within the lodging tax fund, we do have budgeted 50,000 for arts and culture programming and 50,000 for public art capital. It has been proposed by the Arts and Culture Council that perhaps there be some separated funding, perhaps in a fund that could build balance as there's not a project in a particular year or the size of projects fluctuate. Just a reminder that it would still be up to the town council to approve any appropriations through the annual budget process. But perhaps something you'd want to discuss. Another option could be to keep it within the lodging tax fund, but change the percentages. Or create a new fund.
I would like to jump in if I could.
Go for it.
Okay, thanks. So the idea behind this for the Arts Council is that if we had a specific fund, an art fund, we could have a place to receive donations and not just be sticking it in the capital fund or the general fund. And then we can also start building that war chest. I'm not saying we need more money right at this moment, but we do need to build a war chest for future projects as they come online, the PRA or roundabouts or the bridge over I-70 or whatever. So that was the request as far as creating an art fund. It's not about that we have to fund it a lot more than we already do at the moment. We will want more money in the future though.
Candy, could you explain a little bit of how that functions, how this idea would play out?
Essentially it's no different, I think, than what we're looking at right now. As far as the, not the water fund, but we've got a couple funds on here that are minimally funded, right? But they still stand alone. And I think we have all said that on the strategic plan that arts is an important aspect, and giving it its own space and its own name would allow money to flow to that in particular more so. Does that explain my point?
Yeah, I guess like what happens to unused funds in a particular year?
Yeah, personally, and this is my opinion, I am not in support of the government basis of if you don't use it, you lose it. Because that really just promotes overspending to just keep your budgets where they are. I fully think that if we don't spend money on art, If we don't spend all of our money on art right now, we should be banking that money for the future bigger projects in the next couple of years. So a fund would also make it possible to just sit there and not be utilized by something else. That's my opinion.
I think so.
I agree too.
I like it, yeah.
No issue. I'm fine with it. The only thing that I wanted.
What's cap?
Who's authorized to spend the money?
The council,
This council,
this
not the
council.
arts council.
That is correct. It still has to be appropriated for expenditure by the town council.
So they come to us with a
Good stuff,
project
correct.
idea and we say, great idea.
So the
no way.
other one, they came to us, they came to
They
you
did.
guys.
Well, wait a sec, to clarify, the $50,000 that's in there, the Arts Council is spending that at their discretion.
That's because the town council appropriated that for 2024.
Okay,
But it just as with the general fund, if there was an arts and culture fund, the town council would have to appropriate that on an annual basis for expenditure.
And does anybody else feel like we need the arts council to present what they wanna do with the money before we?
Definitely.
I mean, there seems to be a balance of power going on, just to say we're gonna give the arts council lots of money. I think the process needs to be tightened up a little.
You mean in relation to creating the fund or how it's operating right now?
We gave them $50,000 and they're spending.
Right, but I mean, with the fund, we would have to get council approval, right? But right now, because they've been allocated this amount, from what I understand,
Right, I mean, what you're saying is that they can go out and spend it.
yeah,
The way they've operated is they've come and asked you, can
Yeah.
they spend it this way?
and I think
Really?
the Arts Council's intention for anything beyond what we've got for this $50,000 is to come and ask for it. You know, so, but, you know, and these projects need to be defined, you know, be they large art pieces or bigger murals or, you know, an art space or, you know, anything related to music. So, you know, all of these things come with big price tags and, you know, their intention was that they would have to ask for it. We just, you know, want to do it properly as we lead up to it. We don't want to have to you know, ad hoc come and ask for money. And this is you know, this is just the view of the Arts Council from my opinion. Vanessa might have a completely different view of this, but, and I would be interested to know what she thinks here, because, you know, she's fully part of it. But, yeah.
So one of my thoughts with agreeing with you that they should come to us. Probably all of us saw what happened in Vale, where they brought in an artist and then let the artist go. And I'm not saying I'm in favor of what they did, but we would not want to be put in a situation where the arts committee decided to spend money on something that we were all of a sudden like, we do not support the idea behind that, or it's some kind of, and you know, I'm in favor of controversial stuff. But like, I think that we should say yes or no to it and not be like, oh my God, this was just done. And we have no idea.
I gotta
think
say,
it's-
the Arts Council is very cognizant of not doing anything controversial. And
Well,
really.
this current one, but that doesn't mean going forward it will be.
Well, that's
We're
true.
setting precedent.
100%.
I think it's important to remind myself and everyone that there is like a arts strategic plan, master plan, that I'm not sure we've done a really good job of actually using. I mean, we use our strategic plans for everything. But I feel like when it comes to the arts piece, and we spent money on building that plan and we haven't been using it. And I think it would be a good idea for us to all revisit what exactly was in that plan. Because there is that music, the studio, the sound space, that's one of the big things that's in that plan. And if this fund is a way to contribute to that goal, I personally would like to see that come into reality. And I'm not sure of all the pieces of how that would go, but I think as far as looking at this fund and all the things that we're talking about, I think there's a lot of things in that plan that, and that might be the Arts Council folks that need to come and, kind of highlight some of those items that are in that plan. But there's a whole plan that it exists,
Well, how many years ago did that put together? Years, I think.
two. 1 or 2 years.
One and a half years.
A whole new one.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole new one. I worked on it. I was a part of the group that contributed. We hired an outside.
And I gotta say,
help us.
I would agree with Elizabeth as far as the town council should get much more familiar with the arts strategic plan. The Arts Council is following that plan. That is what is guiding the direction of the Arts Council at this point. So, we should.
Andy, can we hear from Vanessa, please?
What's that?
Can we hear from Vanessa, please?
Please.
Yeah.
Let's.
Councilmember Held, yes, I absolutely agree that I'm actually one of the somewhat irritating staff members that constantly refer back to, and I should be doing that, to the strategic arts and culture plan. And we constantly do that. We actually focus on one aspect of the plan at every single meeting, and we test projects against the plan on a regular basis. And Councilmember Scripsack Adrian, absolutely, in year 3, we're supposed to start contemplating. So we're in year 1 right now, or a little over in year 1 of this arts and culture group. We're in year 3, we're supposed to start contemplating the idea of a sound and lighting space. The first thing that we're supposed to do was have sound and lighting workshops done. Checked, and that's because of the plan.
My comment was for council and not specifically for the Arts Council or you. I meant this group.
So, I mean, that money is being budgeted, appropriated by council, and then we are, as staff and as the Arts and Culture Council, they are completely understanding that strategic plan was written with council feedback, with public feedback, a deep engagement process. So why would we want to make it up as we go? And so they're not. I would just say it would be good to have some clarity around, they have not been bringing every single project that they do to town council. They've done one check-in so far, because what that looks like is, here's a mural we want to do. Are you okay with that? I would love to hear from council. Is there, well, 2 things. Is there some kind of financial limit? So if it's $25,000, if it's $50,000, like where would you like to have the visit back? And then I would say as staff, and certainly that can change. Rose and I are the supporting staff members at this point. I've had the benefit of being on an arts council that's had in Breckenridge as a private citizen before I worked for the town of Breckenridge, that had some controversial things that we did. And so I have some experience with the whole like, ooh, this feels controversial, this should go to council. So we have some good experience and judgment around things that are controversial. I would say Rose is much more conservative about those things than I am, so that's a really nice balance. So if we start feeling like, ooh, this is feeling a little uncomfortable, I think we are good at bringing it back to council, but it would be good to hear if there are other bumpers that you want, limitations that you want set beyond the plan that you approved last year. So it's actually not very old. It was approved in January of 2023. And then the Arts Council was seated in May of 2023. So they're pretty young. So it's been, they've done actually a pretty cool amount of work, but it'd be good to understand it moving forward. And they are very excited about this arts and culture fund, to Councilmember Held's point, because they don't want to come to you, because in year 5, there's supposed to be a signature piece. And they've been looking at that in the arts and culture plan, and they're like, we don't really want to come to you and be like, hey, we want to spend $200,000. They want to do some savings. I threw that number out there. That's not real. Okay, please. don't ever quote me on that again, please. They're just thinking ahead as they look through the plan about how to not, to Councilmember Hell's point, how to not just spend money to spend it and save some money in a fund. It is a little strange that a fund, and you've been good to remind me of this, that a fund doesn't have a revenue source. The revenue source at this point is the lodging fund. That is the revenue source right now for the arts and culture plan, and that was a discussion that I believe you, Diane and Tom had with Mayor Mortensen. And that was decided last year, so I'll throw that out
Thank
there.
you, no,
Is
that's
that-
super
is that
helpful,
some good?
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Okay.
Vanessa.
And I
Thank
think,
you,
I think the other thing
Councilmember
that Councilmember Hill brought up that's important is that if there are community members that want to make donations to some future thing that the Arts Council is gonna do, that's a place to hold it.
To me, that's the overriding reason to approve for the fund is that right there. That to me is the reason I was support. I do have a question though on the accounting stream of this though. Currently, if the money is not used and it's sitting in is it separated in our general fund or it's just sitting in the general?
So it's actually currently, as Vanessa mentioned, in the lodging tax fund,
Lodging tax.
and if it's not used, then it is part of the fund balance.
So it's not sequestered for the,
That is correct.
okay,
And
I
we have,
support the fund.
and we have in the past, this year being the past, asked for a rollover. We treat it a little bit like a fund.
But it's a rule.
The rollover.
To me, I support the fund. I think there's obviously a broader discussion. Authority.
Yeah.
Discuss.
And I think the council, this council could actually be thoughtful and put some rules out ahead of time. Or, it's also easy to wait until the first situation comes to you and then you can put some rules around it as you're contemplating it.
I mean, I guarantee you there will be a piece of art that somebody won't like.
One hopes.
I mean, that's thought provoking.
One hopes.
That's the order that you and on the bus going down.
I love that too.
Still hear that
Yeah.
The Haley statue, which is controversial.
Or to that, it's gonna be the trouble.
I mean-
People who don't.
I mean, I actually have never heard any controversy about the one about elk.
That's true.
Except where we're gonna put it back.
Sometimes people don't like that.
Yeah.
Get maintained and bumped away. So is there a limit that council would like to set at this point, or is that a conversation for a future moment?
Well, I think we set the limit at 50, didn't we?
I meant, if there's a project,
Oh, yeah.
are you like, if it's $25,000, I wanna see you back here, like, example, the tunnel mural is $28,000, heads up.
Could the Arts Council make a recommendation to the town council?
Absolutely, that's how it would work.
No, on these amounts, on these thresholds.
Oh,
what the amount should be.
Oh,
They don't want to, it'll be 2,000.
policy question.
Or could the staff support?
We have, but I'm just trying to get your
Could the
attention.
staff support it? You got it? Could the staff support the Art Council?
We will have a conversation about it and bring back a recommendation. How does that sound?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vivian.
So it sounds like you would like to set up a separate fund, so we can do that with an initial funding from the lodging tax fund of 100,000, split between programming and capital. That would go into the fund, and then that would allow for potentially other revenue sources like donations or fundraising or other things that could be kept separate in that fund. Okay.
And on that, the people add, is it something like, that mural that we have in there, someone wants to do 10,000, they get a plaque in there. Is that something, Vanessa? Is it, looking at contributions, like people who wanna have their family member's name or their name, that they donated money to that specific thing, and that's something, or?
The project,
It's a
not
thing.
what the
Yeah, yeah.
project is, right?
Yeah, they're kind of, okay. And every project goes out and say, hey, you want your name on this, $5,000 for a lower limit. And
How the size of the plaque you get.
yeah,
There you go.
you get a
Picture.
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you for the feedback on that. I had the Marina Fund up on here, I did provide an update on that the Marina Fund, has been having a good revenue year. Expenditures are projected to be less than revenue in that fund and building that fund balance back up. If anybody would like to discuss further how any questions they've had at the Marina, but it seems like things have stabilized. I should also note though, in the 5-year plan, there's very minimal capital that you'll see out in the future other than the replacement of equipment like trucks, boats, motors. There is, this year it was mentioned by Kristen Addison, the boat ramp dock. Next year, we do have within the 5-year plan proposed to replace the paddle sports dock. But very little after that. There's still quite a bit left in that master plan that is done. But that 5-year plan can change in the future.
Wasn't there talk about replacing sand or adding sand?
That's being done this year.
This year, the whole next year, like 2025 is this year, and so it's a conversation.
Also a reminder that we had made some distinctions at the marina between areas that are more park-like and would exist without a marina operation like the beach, as compared to things like docks that the marina user fees really pay for. And so we have opportunities to replace the sand outside of the marina. And this will be the last year we're proposing to make that transfer of 10% from the general fund. So here's where we would like your feedback on, I'm so sorry, but that was gonna be more legible. Well, regarding timing of capital projects. So we have quite a few projects in here. I've highlighted in blue the amounts that are over $1 million, and I can highlight those verbally for you as well. We will see in several years, fiber infrastructure starting in 2 million in 2025, but then appearing in 1 million in 27, 28, and 29. Now, as I mentioned, Chris is going to do a presentation on that along with Bonfire, the vendor that we chose for the planning process on that, to run different scenarios. So we don't necessarily need to decide that now since we don't have that information, but just want to paint that as part of the big picture. And then in 2026, the amount there that's highlighted is related to Pioneer Park improvements. Now, again, that relates to the Galena housing project and the match that the town is providing. It doesn't have to be the full 1.6 in order to provide that match. That match is really like 600,000, but noting that that's included in there in 2026. And then I'm gonna have to.
Miners Creek Bridge.
Thank you.
27.
Miners Creek Bridge is in 2027, and so that's the bridge near the lake and near the sanitation district that is currently a pedestrian bridge and needing some improvements. But this amount would also allow for a vehicle to drive over it, whether it's I don't know the size of vehicle that could drive over it, but I think either way it's needing some improvements.
I have one suggestion.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, could I suggest that we do not plow the bike path from the marina to the dam road to save some money?
To the dam. Oh, yeah.
How
I would
much
say, yeah.
money would we save?
Yeah, how much money would we save? I'd like to know.
Since Andrew's not good at it.
It's like, it's a lot of hand work to shovel those bridges, the long bridge behind the towers. And then machinery, getting it over there and whatnot. There's a major expense attached to it, and we've never heard what that actually is. And I have a feeling that might be a considerable amount where we don't need to be out there driving our equipment on the lake. That's just,
Put a number to that.
that was not connectivity there. The connectivity remained through the middle of town and all the other spots and the PRA to the marina and all.
Push back on that, but I've also had a lot of people say they really like it.
Yeah, so the rest of the
That's
bike
a
path
discussion for
would
future
still be
fine,
done, but
not
yeah.
capital.
Yeah.
So Andy, we do have those numbers. We calculated them the last time that we talked about
We
this
did.
specific issue.
Correct.
And we'll make sure we update those. That is an operations expense, and you're correct, that could possibly save some money. It doesn't relate to one of the more than $1 million projects in the 5-year capital plan at this point.
Sure.
Because I'm not seeing the boardwalk as part of our rebuild projects yet. I know it's coming sometime in the future, but it's not in there yet.
Yeah, that's fine. But as we're robbing Peter to pay Paul in order to figure out, what we're covering, if we could save Public Works time and money, that would probably behoove, us. Thank you.
Moving on to 2028, we do have 2 projects in here that relate to exit 203. One is the landscaping construction at $1,750,000, as well as the Highway 9 Walmart Lusher Gap construction at $1.4 million. And that is to complete the sidewalk from what we're doing now in front of Walmart up to where Lusher Court will be located with exit 203. These are positioned in 2028 to tie into CDOT's timing related to 2023. And we're proposing some potential grant funding in there, but of course, being out in 2028, we don't know what that funding might be.
So that's just the gas station area from Walmart, from Safeway, I mean, or are we doing Safeway now? No, just
No,
Walmart.
just Walmart.
So it's just Safeway, okay.
Yep.
And then in 2029, this is where it goes negative. We have complete streets in here at $11 million. So clearly we can't actually go negative in the fund in 2029. But this really highlights the fact that if we wish to include Granite Street in here related to the complete streets concept that's really received feedback from the public, that we don't have the fund balance to pay for that in these 5 years. I should also note the things that are not included in here. So we don't have any lines in here related to the backyard and the fire mitigation. The Councilor Scripsack Adrian brought up earlier. There's not anything in here related to the recapitalization of Town Hall and any improvements that we wish to make to this building. There's also not anything included in here related to the historic park and a 5-year plan that we have moved out to 2026. But any projects that we wish to do are also not included in here. So that begs the question of the sequencing of these events or of these projects, as well as desire to pay for things. So whether that's financed through borrowing, whether there's any interest in changing tax rates or other revenue sources in the future, those are all things that we would need to consider as this document is fluid. Also recognizing though in 2029, this town council will likely look different. So of course, nothing that is discussed tonight would be set in stone. But this is a document that we do present to you for adoption. So it should be something that is presented in a way that you all prefer.
So, obviously we've described this up to you all in your individual meetings as well, but, You know, for instance, as an extreme, if the council was pounding on the table, we want it all. What we would have to do as staff is we'd come back to you with some kind of debt scenario or revenue raise scenario. In order to give you options on that. The other option, obviously, in a pay-as-you-go kind of theory is we have to look at cutting some things out of the capital plan in order to fund other things. That decision doesn't have to be made tonight or nor your recommendations. Obviously, we're coming back to you at your next meeting with quite a long discussion about broadband, which feeds this $5 million that's in here for fiber. I'm not suggesting that that's something to take out, reduce, increase. You'll see that increase is a great option if you're gonna fund all of fiber. These are things that we're gonna be talking about more. Here for budget adoption, we're concentrated on 2025. We've got time to deal with the other 5 years of the capital plan. Even start to think maybe even 10 years out in a capital plan.
The complete streets, that's Granite.
That's Granite Street, that's correct.
Now that's just doing the whole street.
That is.
So like on Main Street, we did Main Street in 3-4 years, it wasn't just 1 year.
And very likely that's the way it
Yeah.
would be done.
Yeah.
Because it's a very large project. But when I think about it from the timing perspective too, we're getting into this time where exit 203 is gonna have a big impact over 2026 to 2028. So do we want to do anything with Granite Street before that or that project is going on? Because Granite Street's gonna take some impact from the exit 203 project, most likely. So there's those kind of considerations that are outside of dollars and phasing that we gotta consider too.
Well, and the other thing is the project on the Glassman's lot, we're not paying for that section. They're paying
Right,
For a little bit
right.
of their section and the agreement there,
That's a
that takes some
possibility.
money off too.
I don't wanna lose, since we're right, we have the list going, I don't wanna lose sight of bathrooms at the marina.
Yep, that's one we forgot to mention.
And I saw it on the earlier slide, I don't see it in there, but it probably is, I just don't see it. Is backyard trails funding and what that looks like. I know it's on the table, but I just wanted to make it. If that goes forward, it's a significant, it might not be capital, right? It would be personnel, it could be all these other different things.
So it's kind of.
Right,
But yeah, that is only not contemplated in this negative $7 million.
That's why I would love when we do the fiber conversation, because I look forward to it because I don't understand what it applies to town. But to have a chart like this, if we were to say, just saying fiber yes or no is made more relevant by saying, if we say no, what does that mean to this whole process? So when we come back with fiber, I think, what if we say no, what does that look like?
I think that's apropos, and I think with some of these unfunded things that we've talked about that are not in the current five-year plan, we can put some planning numbers against those too. So it's easier to visualize that if something comes out, what could come in, that type of thing. With Granite Street, it's such a big number compared to everything else. You're gonna be contemplating not only a revenue from probably some grant funds somewhere, perhaps a project that pays for some of it, like some of the proposals on our property on Granite. But there could be a bonding scenario around Granite Street too, that because you can pay for it in phases, and sometimes that takes a lot more money because you're remobilizing and it costs go up over time, or you do it all at once and you get one cost for it. There's a lot of different things to weigh in that.
Are we doing something?
Granite Street, we also gotta bear in mind exit 203 and when that happens and how that happens as far as when we're under construction for Granite. That should be a major consideration there. if we're gonna pay for it.
Our workforce housing down there, are we doing sidewalks for that area? Is that being?
Oh, yeah, that's all included in the projects.
That's all included.
That is correct.
So that's something we wouldn't go back and redo.
No.
That's being with the complete.
That is designed with complete streets in mind.
Okay,
Yes.
that's great.
The other component, I've talked to Tom about this, and I think Andy as well, is. Right, we've got, as far as landscape for the next at least 3 years, we've got the school bond issue coming up. We have another large entity in the county that's gonna be going for another bond issue the following year. So what does this look like? I think we looked at it, like, what I'm getting at is we haven't changed our taxing percentages in a number of years on a number of funds, so there's multiple options. Tom and Leslie have looked at them all. I think everyone has talked to them about this, but we need to be thinking 3 to 4 years out. And is it, what, if anything, are we looking to do? And what is the county gonna look like? And, after November, what's the nation gonna look like? So we have a number of things to consider. That's a big one, right, Tom? Right, those are big questions, right? I remember when the lodging tax went through, right? And the folks that I knew in lodging, it was a big deal, right? So all of that will come back and potentially to us. So as you're talking to folks, chat them up. Because we're gonna be considering it at some point. Maybe not us, could be us, but I don't. Could be very well for some of us at the very end of our seat time here, so just saying.
I think that was everything I had, so I'd welcome anything that we didn't cover.
But we need to make a note on the operational expenses around trail maintenance between the marina and. Yeah.
You'd love to get that straight. Needs a restrike.
I do want to back up the mayor's comment about the backyard and preparing for that.
Luckily, that's not another $11 million project. Yeah. Town hall, that's an expensive.
All right, well, we will be back with a few items. We have fiber and grants at the next meeting, and then in October, you will see the public hearing and first reading budget. So thank you all for your feedback.
Thank you.
Great job. We are resetting.
We are resetting and.
Then there you have it, like the space.
So are we good for a while?
We are good for a while.
It's gonna do it every other meeting.
Okay.
Do you have a preference?
Do you?
You know what? I like the gap.
Would you like to?
Oh.
Good evening, everybody, and thanks for coming to the Frisco Town Council for our regular meeting of September 10th. With that, let's have a roll call. Here.
Aronson.
Here.
Incan.
Here.
Palenko. Here. Script check Adrian. Here. Kibbe.
Here.
And Held.
Here.
Thank you. Ooh, sounds good.
Thank you. With that, our second order of business will be public comment. People making public comment must state their name and physical address for the record, be topic specific, and limit comments to 3 minutes or less. No council action is taken on public comments at council meetings. Council takes public comments under advisement, and if a council and or a staff response is deemed necessary or appropriate, the individual making the comment will receive a formal response from the town at a later date. It is recommended to sign in at the welcome table at each meeting to include your contact information. And additionally, public comment is for items that are not on the scheduled agenda for the evening. With that. No one in chambers, no one online. Great, we'll move on to our next item, which is going to be a presentation or proclamation. We have one tonight, which is rare. Mr. Kent Willis, would you join me at the podium? Stand here so folks can hear us online.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So tonight we're here to honor Kent Willis for being one of Frisco's finest. And with that, I'm going to read our proclamation. Whereas in 1983, Colorado native Kent Willis moved from Denver and made his home in Frisco, Colorado, where he and his wife have lived. Anna Willis raised their children, of which they have 4. And whereas Kent Willis has used his sharp mind, legal training as an attorney, and support the community through many volunteer roles in local and statewide nonprofit and governmental organizations. And whereas Kent Willis has made significant impact on Frisco, Summit County community by serving on Frisco Town Council for 8 years, the Summit Stage Board for 18 years. Whereas Kent Willis has made a profound impact on the special needs community across Summit County and Colorado by serving on the boards of the Peak Parent Center and the Developmental Disabilities Resource Center, and by coaching the Special Olympics of Colorado Summit County Alpine Ski Team for 15 years and counting. And whereas Kent Willis was a member of the Summit County Rotary Club for 13 years and has been on the Breckenridge Mountain Rotary Club from 2006 to present. And whereas Kent Willis and his family had a brief jalapeno popper empire at the Frisco Barbecue Challenge, which included 1 year where the family made more than 4,000 poppers. And for that, I thank you. Whereas Kent Willis' signature, very memorable and infectious laugh has lightened many tough meetings and decisions. And whereas Kent Willis has a deep respect for Frisco, Colorado's nature, beauty, and continues to ski with passion and run rivers with the enthusiasm and wisdom of a seasoned river rat. And whereas Frisco Town Council is pleased to present this award to Kent Willis for outstanding contributions to making Frisco a better place to live, work, and play. Now, therefore, Kent Willis is hereby proclaimed to be Frisco's finest, dated this 10th day of September, 2024.
Okay. And if you have any words. I always have words. Everybody here should know that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate, this is just an honor and a privilege. I heard I was getting an award, but I didn't realize that it was this award. And so I'm truly honored. As the proclamation said, we made our home here. Moved to Summit County and really wanted to be in closer to my office. And Frisco was really the place we ended up, and raised our kids, and it just has been fun to see the town grow and help out with that, and it's just, I just love this town. I don't think there's a better place to live or raise a family. I think the town is still the best community in Summit County, maybe even in the state. And I haven't found a better place anyway. And so it's great. I really appreciate what everybody does here. I know it's a lot of thankless work sometimes, but I just, I think we've always had good council. We've always had good staff. Always wanted to thank the staff for all they do. Because that's really where the citizens most often see what the town is doing, is at that staff level. And so it's just a privilege. I just thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Ken. Thanks for the advice over the years.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep.
And I'm still
You're
around.
still here.
But I have to admit, I contemplated running for mayor and then decided not. And I'm really glad I didn't, because I've had a great summer. I've been on the river a lot. And so that would not have been possible had I been elected. So I'm glad you're here, Rick, and thank you very much.
Thanks.
And thank you, staff. I really appreciate it.
Moving on to our next item of business is going to be mayor and council comments. Great. No comments from mayor or council, so we'll have some staff updates.
Just a reminder that there is a scrap tour tomorrow at 10:30. If you're interested, meet at the scrap. Always suggested if you haven't been able to go and see that operation. What's that? 9 to 10:30. All right, sorry. That's why we have great staff. Anyway, always recommended to go. If you haven't seen it, you do make a lot of policy decisions around waste for the town. That's where it all ends up or gets sorted so that it doesn't end up there. So also handed out at your work session place was a bunch of paperwork related to some legislative positions that CAST is contemplating for the next legislative session. A lot of it has to do with real estate, short-term rentals, the availability of housing. If you go through it and you have any questions, let me know. There's a couple of things in there related to taxes that Frisco already has in place. So it's not necessarily applicable, but they are talking about the vacancy tax or the empty homes tax. Frisco is already eligible to put something in place like that, but hasn't chosen to. But according to our legislative policy statement, we would support that other towns could put something like that in place, or counties or other statutory towns that don't have that authorization at this point. And then, just coming up in the near future, we have the county commissioners coming into your work session on October 8th, just to have a check-in and conversation with you. The school district, represented by the superintendent and the chair of their board, will be in on October 22nd. And then, the summit stage will be in on your meeting in November to talk about microtransit. That's all I got.
That's all. That our next order of business is going to be the consent agenda, and I would entertain a motion.
Move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Bibby.
Yes.
Howell,
Yes.
Aaronson,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Scripchick, Adrian.
Yes.
Great, thanks. With that, we'll move on to new business. With that, our first agenda item this evening is going to be first reading of ordinance 24-14, an ordinance authorizing the sale of certain real properties owned by the town and legally described as Unit 1 Galena Place condominiums, Unit 2 Galena Place condominiums, Unit 210 Cedar Lodge condo, and Unit 111 Building 500 Mountainside condominiums, also known as 220 Galena Street, Unit 1, 220 Galena Street, Unit 2, 99 Granite, Unit 210, and 500 Bills Ranch Road, Building Unit 11. And with that, someone's been busy. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So before you tonight is an ordinance, first reading, for permission for staff to sell 4 units that we have purchased using the Housing House program. So as the mayor mentioned, we purchased those 4 units. The first one that we had was at Bill's Ranch. We've owned that one since 2021. We've used that for employee housing for a short time, and now we're looking to turn that over. We've also purchased 2 units at 220 Galena, units 1 and 2. And we've also purchased 99 Granite Street, which is a studio unit, which is almost across the street. So we have a studio unit, 2 2-bedrooms and a 1-bedroom that we wanted to diversify our housing stock. With that, sorry, I lost my spot. So what we're proposing to do is kind of like we did last time. All of these will be 100% AMI based. That will help us out with Prop 123 and our commitment with the state. If all of these sell like we hope, we will have met our commitment for this year with 5 units at 100% AMI. So those will be listed with Omni Real Estate, who is our broker, and we will also use SCHA with their assistance with running a lottery. A couple of things with the Galena units. When we purchased the Galena units, they had tenants already available or in the units. The property owner came to us with a very reasonable offer for 2-bedroom units in Frisco, so we took advantage of that. So what we're doing, since there are already tenants inside of those 2 units, is we're giving them a right of first refusal. They do live within the 10-mile, or excuse me, they do work within the 10-mile basin. So we want to keep them here if possible, and give them a right of first refusal on those units. If they choose to go and purchase those units, those wouldn't be in a lottery. If they choose not to, they will be in the lottery with everybody else. So what'll happen is we will group all the units together preliminarily for the lottery, and we'll just have one lottery. Similar to last time, there are priorities. The first one is that you work and live within the town of Frisco, or live in the town of Frisco for no less than 5 years. Previously, Lisa, we brought this up and we had it at 1 year, so we bumped it up to 5 years this time.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, what'll happen is the way it's looking at right now, we're hoping for October, November lottery, sooner if possible. But we know there are some things that could change that possibility. So with that, as I stutter around, I'll take any questions.
Any idea what the possibility of that, of the current tenants of that one unit? What?
He's been working with them. Their leases are in end of this month and the end of October. Thank you. So they are communicating with the tenants, working with them with getting financing. But at the same time, if they make too much money, they won't qualify, and they still have to be qualified through SCH.
James, I love that we're selling units. Is there anything pushing the time because knowing we're going through a deed restriction revision? Is there a reason to do this before we finish that?
We've been working on these for a while now. We've had some units that we tried to purchase and they just fell through for various reasons. As you guys know, we have a housing crisis here, so we want to get people in these units as fast as possible. And if we use our existing deed restriction, have the tenants or the new owners sign on those, we can always go back and offer them the new one if we have a new one. And also we're getting towards the end of our financial budget season, so we want to utilize that as much as possible.
It's great.
Thank you, James. It's amazing to have somebody actually getting stuff done in your position. So we truly appreciate that. This is actually what this is set up for, and this is, I believe, a success if we roll these units.
Great. With no more questions, we'll open it up to public comment. No one in chambers, no one online. With that, we'll return back to any council further discussion. And maybe a motion.
I move that we approve ordinance 24-14.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Scriptic Adrian,
Yes.
Kibbe,
Yes.
Palenko,
Yes.
Held,
Yes.
Aronson,
Yes.
Incan,
Yes.
and Allen.
Yes.
The motion is passed. We'll move on to agenda item number 2, which is going to be first reading of ordinance 24-09, an ordinance amending the code of ordinances of the town of Frisco, Colorado by amending chapter 53 concerning alcoholic beverages by amending section 53-2 concerning the town's liquor licensing authority, 53-11 concerning the issuance of liquor licenses, and 53-12 concerning license renewals, each to make the terms of the liquor license issued by the town consistent with the 2-year term limit for liquor licenses recently adopted by the state of Colorado. Ms. Stacy.
Stacy Nell, town clerk for the record. So I stand before you today per your guidance and direction. We mentioned this item, although very briefly, because we were running short on time, with your unanimous consent and guidance to move in this direction. We do have to do an ordinance because we do need to amend code, but basically, just to be really straightforward here, Senate Bill 24-231 passed and was signed into effect in early August. And the state decided that they are going to allow for liquor licensees to opt into a 2-year licensing period for their liquor licenses. And so far in the conversations that I've had with liquor licensees in Frisco, they are beating down my door on how do I get on a 2-year period. It seems like a really popular decision in the business community and our community here. And so I presented the question to you all at work session saying, would you all like me to go and just, make our town code be consistent with state statute? And you all said a resounding yes. Any questions for me of any kind at this point? But basically that's what the ordinance is before you, is just to update our code to say we're going to be consistent with state statute.
Great. Thanks, Stacy. Any council questions?
He upped our fee in the liquor license, the town fee.
So from what, I've only been here since, let's see, December of 2022. So I can only really speak to that from a true experience standpoint. But what I will say is it appears that we have gone with whatever the state fee schedule is for cities for a very long time.
Counselor, we don't really have a choice. The state sets the fee amounts both for the state license and for the local board.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, so we'd be breaking new legal ground to set our own fees and might have to defend them.
Frisco's role though, to break new ground.
It's another attorney or two. To help, sure.
Any other questions? Great. We'll open-
Yeah. What we can do on fees.
Open it up to public comment. None in chambers, any online? No public comment, return back to council discussion and or a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve ordinance 24-9.
Yep.
We have a motion and a second. Please call the question.
Alan?
Yes.
Dr. Adrian?
Yes.
Kibbe?
Yes.
Palenko?
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
Aronson?
Yes.
And Incan.
Yes. With that, our third order of business this evening is an executive session. With that, I would oh, you got one. Entertain a motion to move into executive session.
Guess I'll be making that motion. Mr. Mayor, I move that we enter an executive session pursuant to CRS section 24-6-402 (4) concerning the potential sale of certain real property owned by the town and known as 275 Granite Street, and section 24-6-4024E to determine positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiations, to develop strategy for negotiations, and to instruct negotiators concerning a potential development agreement for the development of affordable housing at the 275 Granite Street property.
Motion's been made. We have a second?
Second.
Second. With that, let's call a question for executive session, please.
Incan.
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Adrian?
Yes.
Kibbe?
Yes.
Palenko?
Yes.
Held?
Yes.
Aronson?
Yes.
We
Great.
just need a couple minutes to switch over.
Yep, to switch over.
Okay, I'm calling back in, right?